Uh, Brew. Another day, another hut. Uh, I need to clean up the materials I have in this scene. Mm, mm. What's up? What's up? The huts are good. They're coming along. I'm just doing a little cleanup right now. Probably should have done this cleanup earlier, but I'm realizing that this file is getting a little unwieldy. I don't need that anymore. Yeah, whenever you import something into Blender, if the material is, even if it's the exact same, it'll like make a duplicate. So I had a ton of duplicates here. Because I would be implementing, or I'd be importing, you know, all the stuff that Josh had made. Hello, hello. Sorry for the random ass pings earlier. Someone on the team had gotten hacked. Their account got hacked. Alright, so we've got hut number 3, we've got hut number 4. We're going to be playing around with both of them. So, first thing is first. Hope everybody's doing well for the most part. Yeah, we've got 2 more huts to play with. Thanks to Josh. Speaking of Josh, he needs something new to do. He told me. I have to figure out which one would make more sense. This one is definitely the easiest because it kind of cuts off here. Like there's just a ladder, so you don't have to do like any of this. But I'll figure that out in a bit. I'm gonna end up setting up a new scene for him to work on. Or to use as reference, rather. But for right now, gotta go through and clean up this hut. Looks like there can be a lot of optimization done, so. We'll see how far I can get. Yesterday it took 2.5 hours just to do this one. It took me 2.5 hours later in the day to do that one off stream. So we'll see how long this one takes. And then if we have time for the last one, we'll do the last one too. Alright, this doesn't need to be here. What's up, UCM? How's it going? Yeah, there's a lot of optimization that could be done here. Sheesh. Very much enjoyed Josh's enthusiasm for doing these things. I think his retopology method is not the most ideal thing in the world. I'm not totally sure how he does it, but it ends up being not the most optimized thing. Like there's a lot of geo down here. This one is interesting. This hut in particular. If you look at the exterior shell, it has very large indents here, like very large indents that end up eating into like the sort of space you have, the allotted space you have on the inside. So instead of doing like the typical, you know, following the shape, this like giant sort of like, I don't know, convex like humps had to be put here. I think they look good and they work perfectly with like the how the exterior works, but I think we can fake it a little bit. I think they're a little bit too pronounced. I'm gonna like ease them just a little bit, I think. As opposed to it looking like horribly bulbous, you know, we can soften it just a little bit. Fake the TARDISing a little. Because I think that just looks a little weird. But this looks a little more natural. Yeah, you see him. It's really, it's honestly an oversight of both the 2D artist and the 3D artist. These were designed as windows, as far as I understand it, but like they're giant openings. Like they were just modeled as giant openings with wood slats. So it's like, who would do this? Because you're living in an area where there's like sandstorms constantly, right? Or ash storms constantly. It's like, what's the sense in doing that? One, but like, you know, it's kind of stupid. So I'm having to go in later. I'm gonna have to change the exterior to make it make sense. I'm gonna make them look less like windows and more like just decorative schlock, more or less. The red lines are seams. They are sharps and seams because there's a blue line underneath the red line. Uh, Hey. Yeah, this is where I'm spending most of my time, like optimizing Josh's model, because they end up like ultra pinched where he's sort of joining pieces. There's a lot of extra geometry, and there's just a lot to figure out here. I think with his next ones, I'm gonna have him put more of a focus on making these areas make a little more sense, or at least have them be a little cleaner, because it's a lot to go through. Like I spent an hour just on the last couple, just trying to figure out like areas where these pillars can join. And then of course these would need to be like retriangulated and make it look pretty. A couple things here. That's not ideal. But it's fine, I suppose. I have much less of a problem with areas like this if they're up top, because people aren't going to see them as much. But when they're at like eye level, that's where I need to put my review cap on and make sure they make sense. Mm-hmm. Dwemer? We haven't kept that hidden. You talking about the architecture? That's all done, has been done for years and years and years before I was even part of the project. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, let me just hit the smooth button all over the place. Yeah, the architecture's been done. Nothing we've kept secret. We have a video featuring it. You know, here's part of it. Yeah, maybe specific locations we've kept secret for sure. Like, we're not just gonna spoil the game to you. If anything, in this version of Morrowind, right, one of the biggest differences is the level design, so would probably be more fun to experience it yourself rather than have it all be spoiled. Dwemer armor, we just don't have finished yet. It's been kind of in a weird spot where there's like concepts and concepts and concepts, and people along the years have different ideas of how the armor's supposed to look or how it's supposed to function in the world, right? But, you know, most of them very clearly did not work with how Morrowind was, so at this point in development where we have people who pay attention to the like original intentions of the base game, you know, it's a little more concrete, set in stone. I really hope to have the Dwemer armor done soonish. I haven't found anyone yet to work on it. Well, we have one person working on it right now, actually, but it's using an old concept art, so I had to tell him to stop. But, it'll get there. Okay, so like this, I just redid this. And I'm pretty sure Josh had mirrored that onto the other side, so I'm gonna do that here also. Right, okay. Great. We have a video on our YouTube channel with one of the Dwemer dungeons featured. Entrodoms. You could go look for that one. Ooh, I wonder if these are better. Yeah, that was better triangulated a different way. Which one of these did I work on? This side? I think it was this side. Because I want to copy it over there. Yeah, like this is by and large redundant right here, so like it doesn't need to be I don't blame Josh for any of these issues that I'm finding. These shapes are extremely difficult to work with. Like, take it from someone who's been like working on the rest of the set for as long as I have. Like, I think there's a reason behind the Redoran curse, so to speak. It's like just so difficult. So challenging. Okay. I think this is in a good spot, but let me... He took away some vertex colors here, or maybe he just forgot them. Go through and make sure they're all there just for posterity. Not a huge loss to not have them, I guess, but they do add a good bit. Right, okay, so whoop. Well, here I can explain the Dwemer armor fiasco real quick. I call it a fiasco, but there were going to be 3 Dwemer armors. There was going to be one that was pretty much the original, right? That was, you know, an armor that was worn by Dwemer people when they existed. We don't know what those people really did or how they acted, right? So it's kind of hard to judge why their armors are why they are or why XYZ. You know, we're not really told. And then the second armor was going to be an armor of like huge Dwemer importance or something. It was supposed to be like an armor worn by generals or something like that. And it was supposed to be locked away and like these crazy like gameplay extra bits. I don't think we're doing any special armor for that anymore, but the gameplay bits still exist. And then the third armor was going to be 42. The third armor was going to be quote unquote scrap armor. So it was going to be an armor that was made by contemporary smiths based off of pieces of like Dwemer Centurions and stuff that they had just ripped from like the dungeons that adventurers had gone into and shit like that. But, you know, over the years, you kind of have a, as the game progresses, right? As the development of the game progresses, you kind of have a better understanding of like why things were the way they were in the original game. And the like extra general high level armor was scrapped just because it's too much work to do. Like we have a goal and it's to finish the game, and it's just too much to make an extra armor for very little gain. And then the scrapped Dwemer armor was more or less scrapped because, you know, it just is lore breaking, period. Because smiths can't use the Dwemer armor. It's like stated multiple times that they have no idea what to do with the metal or how to work it. So, like, how would they even make this stuff, even if they could find pieces that perfectly fashion the way that you would want it to on a person, you know? It very much was like a game of mental gymnastics to justify the thing existing in the first place. So it ended up kind of just being scrapped altogether. Which I think is for the better, one, for workload, and two, for making it make sense in context of the original game, which we are trying to respect as much as possible. It was a weird situation. Oh, and then the Dwemer armor that's currently being worked on, right? The normal one had a design that was like basically power armor from Fallout. Like it was going to have power cells almost, if I remember correctly, to like even function. And it just did not make sense because the Dwemer just don't have that. Like they're steampunk, right? Don't have like batteries really. Or if they do, you know, it's not explained that they do or how they function, you know. So giving it a function was really not something that was ideal. It's very easy to say, I think I know how this thing works. And then it's another to say, this is definitely how it works. So I'm going to make that canon in this version of the game, right? It's something that often comes up. So it's a challenge to make it, you know, both something that the devs are proud of as our own work, but also respect the original intentions and stuff like that. I don't know why this is here, this extrovert. This is weird. I could also, like, I am only one person, right? And I don't have all the answers on this project. It's enormous, right? So I could be speaking, like, incorrectly for certain things. Like, I'm only recollecting what I can recall for, like, that Dwemer armor scenario. Oh. I don't mean to, like, you know, say things are the way they are because that's how it is. But I like to think I have a good head about everything on the project, but as years have gone by, I've recognized that I have to like step back on certain things because A, I just can't handle it, or you know, it's just not something I really have much of a say in. Okay, Josh did not fix this. I specifically pointed it out to him, but he did not fix it. Sick. I'm like, yeah, the UVs are a little weird on this one. He's like, oh yeah, I'll fix that up. It's okay. He's doing a lot. He's doing a lot very quickly too, and very well. So I shouldn't be like cracking a whole lot at him. Okay, I want to make sure this is fine. Like, this is not terribly noticeable anymore. The pinching here. So if it's fine, then I'm just gonna move on. Because I'm tired of like pinching and pulling and making something perfect, so to speak. Uh, all right, I think it's okay. I didn't know there was a Dwemer power armor mod. That sounds kind of cool. Sounds kind of cool. I know a lot of people like the power armors from Fallout, right? So fans of both Elder Scrolls and Fallout tend to conflate like Dwemer armor and power armor together. It's like, oh, it's very possible, right, that you know, these things could be the same thing, sort of. It's like, no, not really. Would be cool, yeah, but no, not really. That's not really how they are. It's fun for me to look at like all of the old like you know, Morrowind at this point is old, right? So you look at the old sort of like designs for the Dwemer, and you look at like what's actually in game, right? Like the stuff that's in Morrowind. And it's very much just like steampunk and radio technology. Even like verbatim sometimes. It's like, this is a cohere. Ooh, so mysterious. What's this Dwemer thing do? Well, it's actually a real life thing. It's a thing for like radios to function. So people are always like, oh my god, tonal architecture is so crazy. It's probably just like a funky radio frequency they found, right? Probably not that crazy. They tapped into like 103 FM and then disappeared because magic exists in the universe. I like to think that the Dwemer listened to 98 Rock for any fellow tri-state area enjoyers. Yeah, right? Like the Dwemer were the forerunners. Oh. Oh, that's crazy. Speaking of, I played Halo for the first time ever. Like all the Halo games for the first time ever over the summer. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. All the Bungie Halo games. I did not play Halo 4 onward. I played the OG trilogy, granted through Master Chief Collection, so I had like the anniversary edition Halo 2 graphics, which were phenomenal, by the way. And I went back and forth between like the original remaster graphics and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, I liked the actually forerunners are humans too twist. It was so sick. Holy shit. Like I thought that was crazy. A friend of mine has been trying to get me to play the Halo games for like an eternity because I never grew up with an Xbox. He's like, holy shit, man, you gotta play these games. They are so up your alley, you have no idea. I'm like, yeah, maybe sometime I'll try it. And then he finally got me to do it over the summer. I'm like, oh, everything has changed. Nice, okay, he got rid of the... Yeah, this friend of mine, he had also told me about the flood too, right? He was like, yeah, like the bad guys in Halo are those like purple dudes, right? With like the purple spaceships and shit, but like you have no idea. And he told me a little bit about the flood. And then I actually got to see it, like the first time that they pop out in the first game. I'm like, oh, oh shit. It was very much one of those like, oh no, kind of moments. It was really, really fun. What's happening here? What's going on? I need, I think, to show Josh how to do a couple things when it comes to like booliening things together. Maybe he has a better head about it than I do even, but I think there's a couple spots here that could be improved upon. I'm not sure I'm doing it any better here because it looks a little weird. Let me do this. Oh, that doesn't look any better. All right, what? Sure, let's try that. I think that looks a little better. In context, it's probably fine. Like, it doesn't look all that bad. I just don't want it to be like super sharp and pointy and pinchy over here. It's hard to tell in Blender because you don't have like normal maps. At least I don't have them turned on because there's not really any reason for me. Halo sold to Sony? No, I don't think so. They're putting the remaster, I guess the new remaster on PlayStation. Is that what you're thinking of? I think Microsoft might be giving up in their zeal against trying to make their games exclusive. Gonna pin most of it down. Yeah, I'm not gonna be trying the remaster. I think I'm haloed out for the time being. The next remaster, I guess. Because now there's multiple. Oh. I'm definitely gonna watch the cutscenes. Like, holy shit. Granted, I don't know how they're gonna do them, but the Halo 2 cutscenes, like excuse me, the remastered Halo 2 cutscenes are holy so good. Halo, the movie. Yeah, if we could get a good Halo cinematic something, that would be really cool. Now I understand why people hated the TV show so much. Or the streaming show, or whatever it was. Sitting there in my ignorance being like, it can't be that bad. And then I played the games, I was like, oh. I understand now. Granted, I haven't watched the show. I've just seen clips of it being silly. Yeah, like, why are we doing stuff like this right here? I guess this is a strategy for, like, terminating things that would otherwise come to a single point, and you'd have, like, the starburst type, like this for... I'll leave it. I'm not doing anything else on this one. I think this one's fine. I'm just gonna do a couple vertex things here just to make it play nice. And I think it's good. Okay, chimney's in the right spot. That means I can take these. That means they are in the correct spot also. You went and go watch the video? Nice, nice. That was back when I was a level designer. I designed parts of that dungeon. If I remember correctly, there's a part where like you go through a big old tube. It's like a sewage tube or something. Or like a water runoff tube, and you end up in a cave. I had designed that cave. If not all of it, I did it in part because a bunch of level designers worked on that. Back in my day, when I was a young level designer and I had big dreams and aspirations and I was aspirating things. What? Who said that? No, don't subdivide. No, no, no. Oh, how'd I do that? Oops. Oh well. Two verts. Whoops, my bad. How does this step look here? Alright. Skywind before Elder Scrolls 6 would be cool. Would be cool. I wouldn't put money on it because, well, a lot of work. We're not being paid. Nor would I really want to be paid. Not really. Not really. Like doing it as a hobby, you know? I think there's merit in that. I would like to be paid in general as well. I think that's a good thing to want. Being paid is nice, you know. I kind of like that. It's a good thing. Good old Mac DeMarco, always singing songs in tongues. What the hell is he saying, bro? Yeah, if I had to guess, Elder Scrolls 6 is a lot sooner than you guys think. I think Bethesda's cooking up something good. I want to hope, at least. I think everyone who's given up on Elder Scrolls 6 is a little bit of a silly person. A little bit of a silly person. I think you gotta look back at Skyrim and be like, was it really that good? You might be getting your hopes up for something that was mediocre to begin with, you know, and it's just your nostalgia being like, oh yeah. Was Morrowind really that good? Debatable. I wouldn't say it's good or bad until I get my hands on it, you know. I think it's a little naive to do that otherwise. Oh, Roven put his hat in the ring. He's guessing on release date. You know that when Roven says something, there's merit, because this guy doesn't show up often. $44. I played Skyrim on a Macintosh desktop through a wine wrapper because I did not have a PC growing up or any game console that could run it growing up. So I played Skyrim at 12 frames per second, sometimes 20. And I think the only other games I had at the time on that Macintosh that I was able to play was Team Fortress 2, Left 4 Dead, and Knights of the Old Republic. So, I don't know what I was trying to say there, but I I wanted to say suffice it to say something, but I don't know what I'm trying to say. Forget it. I don't know. Suffice it to say, ... What? What are you trying to say? I don't know, man. I'm just bullshitting. Oh. It's 14. 9. Oops. Oh, you know what? I know why Roven's here. Roven was pinged by the scammer. He wouldn't have checked out the stream otherwise. Only makes me a little bit sad. Hope you know I'm joking, by the way. Or am I joking? Bum bum bum. That's this one. I can implement it now, go through all that pain and suffering, or I could toil away with this one for a little bit to get it in a similar position, and then have to implement implement both of them, which will double up the toiling. Oh. You didn't get this scamping. My throat. I'm surprised. I thought everybody in the world got the scamping. Oh! I hadn't deleted anything. Hekame was awake. She had deleted everything. Sorry. I'm doing something on the side real quick. Excuse me. All right, I think I'm just gonna do this one right now. I don't feel like going through implementing stuff right this second. I'll do it in a minute. Once I'm done with this one. Okay, no end guns. That's good. Let's go through and check pinch points, triangulation. These pinch points are not terrible. They don't look wonderful. Eesh. Try to minimize the pinch point areas best I can. No, not sculpting. Yeah, Hekame is kind of a champion. She was awake whenever she was awake, and she destroyed the notifications. No, no. Yeah, I wonder, because the guy's account was hacked, right? Or it was, you know, breached in some way. So a bot was probably doing the pinging, right? How smart is the bot? Like, does it have the ability to like hit that confirm button when it's like, oh, did you actually want to ping 1 million people? You know, does it ever expect to be that successful to the point where it's like, oh yeah, when I hit the jackpot, you know, and I hack someone in 1 million people server, the bot can hit the button that says, yes, I actually want to ping 1 million people. Makes me do a little bit of a but I'm sure that the ping went through to a lot of people because I saw a lot of people leave the server. We have like the bot log channel for Roven and like UCM that are listening. That channel, if you go to look at it, like a bunch of people left the server altogether when that went through. I expect more people to leave when they wake up as well. Rerad was one of those people who left, funnily enough. Interesting to see him. Mm-hmm. 14. Join 28, please. 26. Ah. Where else did you not join? Ah, here. Right. So this went down to that. Yeah, it's a bit upsetting to see like so many people leave just because of a, you know, I got pinged, how dare you, kind of thing. It might have to be a further limitation angle, which is kind of sad, but probably necessary. It's not like we had a ton of people. Well, I'm pretty sure no one is able to ping everyone. Right? Or can... No, I guess we all can ping everyone. I'm not entirely sure. I've had the lead status for so long that I don't know what like normal people can do. There's like that live streamer role we could probably just make so that that is the only role that can ping in the live stream channel, maybe. I don't know. I'm not I can't talk. I'm not gonna pretend to understand what's like best. I thought I told him, okay. I told him to not mark these as sharp, so I'm guessing he's using like an old version to base this one off of. Because I told him to round off this a little bit. maybe that's too much. Yeah, I think Josh had based this one off of an older version of the Hut 01 from over there, because I'd given him feedback on that one a while back when he first made it, and then it looks like he didn't apply it to this one, so he was using an older version. Makes sense, but means I gotta go and apply all my feedback myself now. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Why? Why? How's that look? Looks fine-ish. Not ideal that the colors are like that. Okay, this one's pretty good. It's only got the 2 pillars, so trying to solve the pinching problem. Oh, yeah, it's got pillars back here. I lied. Fuck. I lied. I take it back. Everything's a farce. Smooth. Yeah, not as much pinching. Good. Subdivide, merge here. Go there. Smooth these out. Mr. Prick, it'll be really cool when you get to play it. I'm excited for people to play it as much as they are to play it. You should still go play Morrowind if you have any interest in it. It's a very good game. In a world where cool RPGs are kind of hard to find right now, you know, it still holds up quite a bit. What you can do is you can look up, go look up OpenMW. It's a simple name. It's as simple as that. Go look up OpenMW. Then go to try to install it. Run that as opposed to running Morrowind. Because that, like, nowadays in the modern era, has become like the normal way to play the game. It makes it so that you can run it at the resolution you want. It makes it so that you can like change a bunch of quality of life features, etc., etc. It makes it really, really, really handy to like actually playing the game on a lot of systems that otherwise wouldn't be able to play it, right? It's like an unofficial fan-made almost recreation, if I'm remembering correctly, in I think it's like some Java shell or something like that. So it's literally the game, but it just performs on modern PCs. Like by and large, there's very, very, very little difference between that and like the actual install. So it's not like you'd be taking anything away from yourself by playing it that way, as far as I know. Like that's how I had originally played it too. No, you don't need anything special. Like no special skills or anything to be able to figure it out. It has like a very stupid easy, like I have it right here. You download it first off. You make sure you have Morrowind somewhere installed on your PC. You click the wizard and then it walks you through. It's like, you know, like this is where it is, blah, blah, blah. You know, select your language, import settings. It's like stupid easy. And then you can just hit the executable and it starts up right away. Like I have mine at like my monitor's resolution and I have it with like a bunch of things. Like you can see into the distance, right? It's so nice. Bunch of settings you can set. Let me. Yeah, lots of really nice quality of life stuff. I always bump up my render distance like Roven says. Chimney's weird, it's not like straight up and down. It's like actually the stupidest, easiest thing to like run in the world too. Like it's really, really nice. Yeah, I have it. Usually I'll have it running. Like I don't have it running right now, but if I ever need to like go into Morrowind to see like, oh, I need to see how something looked in the original game, right? To get the best possible reference for me for when I'm making like XYZ thing. I'll just pop it open. It takes like 2 seconds to start up. Why is the chimney like this? All the music that plays ever on my streams is always down there in the bottom right corner. And if it's not changing, that means I have it minimized, so you'll have to remind me. Yeah, I've seen the Skyrim implementation of like that into OpenMW too. That seems really cool. I honestly wouldn't mind it replacing the creation engine entirely. It's just such a pain to work with. Holy shit. Hola, Spectral. How's it going? Hola, hola. Does this look good? Probably not, right? Oh. Guy's going crazy on the drums. Someone save his hands. Yeah, let me try shrinking this. Yeah, that makes it look a bit better. Uh, these have also been flat, right? Yeah. This one's not flat. Oh, whatever. Anyway, uh-oh. That's not good. Alright, let's see. I want to have this centered. So that the chimneys, you know, marrying together or whatever. And set the cursor there. Okay, that doesn't exist. I don't think Morrowind did. Rovan. At least I didn't see any in digging through, like the files I had to dig through to make sure everything was good. Yeah, I've got to revisit the UVs here just to make sure it plays nice after I'm done figuring this shit out. Hello, a bunch of X's and O's and the rest of your name. Thanks for raiding with a party of one. How's it going? You're pretty sure they did, huh? Let's go look. I guarantee you that they didn't. Because I've been immersed in this for so long. Look, they don't. Look, they don't. Look, they don't. $49. 47. Okay, why didn't... Ah, I see. It's silly that they didn't, for sure. Like, don't you think that would cause some fumes to build up in the house? But, I mean, that's just how they had it. Smooth those. I needed to make sure that this trim was okay. What is... Oh, it's... Oh, I see. It's flipped over here. I see how it is. Oh well. Couple other spots I needed to double check. Were these? Because I was ripping holes. Yeah, I was ripping holes all over here. Pin most of that, and then it should be able to unwrap. Yeah. Was I doing stuff over here? Maybe. I don't remember if I was doing stuff here or not. And here. I was definitely doing stuff here because it's got the pillar. And here. Yeah, this one I don't think I did. Same with that. We'll just unwrap them for good measure. Okay, this blue. I'm not sure I like. Thoughts? Prayers? Just this section of blue. I think it could be the sandstone-y color. What do people think? Coffee Cat likes it. Okay. That's fair enough, I suppose. It's a little different relative to the others. I just know that the blue can be pretty overpowering. And it's something that I'd like to edit in the future, be it sooner or later. The blue should have some specks of the original color coming through, because the blue is just painted. Like, it's a painted version of this, right? So at some point, I need to address that. Right. So this one has its chimney pretty far back. So this one has very little space up here, but I think that's fine. Each one is a little different. Nice. He gave it a little border. That makes it a lot easier for me to work with. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Holy moly. That lines up, right? Yeah, man. Tile set is coming along good. I hope to have these huts implemented within the next hour or so, and then throw them in game to test. Then after that, I can probably set up stuff for the next one that Josh has to work on. We'll see which one I choose. And then he, of course, gets some freedom of choice. I'll give him the option between one or two. Or, well, two or three. He wants to do... He's crazy, man. He's crazy. He wants to do all of them. Like, all the insides. I have to figure out which ones are best, like, one after another. You know, like... level design has their own goals, right? They want to get as much done as they can, is as reasonable in a reasonable amount of time. So I know UCM, one of the level design leads, has said that the watchtower is a good one to do next. So I'll see if Josh is into doing the watchtower. If he's into that, then can look to start doing I can prep the watchtower for him, and maybe one of the manors, which would be similar to a hut, just a bit larger. It's always a big challenge to manage bottlenecks. It's super easy to be like, oh yeah, well, we just work on, you know, the thing that unblocks the most amount of work for the next team down the line. You know, if I finish this Redoran stuff, it opens up like 40 to 50 cells for level design to work on, you know. But it's not always that easy because, you know, I might not have the skill to work on something like the huts, for example. Or it might just be not something I want to work on at present, you know. So it's like managing those things can be difficult, especially, you know, everybody on the team has a personality. That includes myself. I'm not immune to that criticism. So, you know, sometimes something really needs to get done and it's like, you know, that one meme with the old guy, you know, you need to do this thing. No, I don't think I will. You know, sometimes that happens. And it's totally natural. It happens to everybody. It happens to me. Like one thing that I want to do right now, like I really, really want to do is implement the statues that are going on top of the ghost gate. Oops, I don't need that. And the statues look gorgeous. They holy shit, look really, really good. And I would love to implement those and get those like in the game, and you know, it'll open up, you know, perhaps we make the cutscene with the ghost gate in it, you know, it'll open up someone to start making the end game cutscene, which would be really exciting. But that's not bottlenecking anybody right now per se, so it's not really something I really can work on from like a bottleneck perspective. Like it doesn't help anyone to do something that's not like pushing us more collectively to finishing things. And it's compounded, you know, especially so when, you know, I'm the 3D lead, right? So I can very easily be like, you know, these are the things we need to do. We need to get these goals done. It doesn't matter so much if I'm like enjoying myself out of it. 9 times out of 10, I can say, you know, my enjoyment doesn't matter. My fun doesn't matter. I'm doing what's best for the team currently. But then, you know, I have to be like, hey, we need people to make clothing like now. But then no one wants to do that, right? Not no one, but not a lot of people want to do that, right? So it's very difficult to get like everybody on the same page. You know, we get so many 3D applications and a lot of them are not up to par, which is perfectly reasonable. You know, not everybody can be the world's best 3D artist, and that's fine. You know, sometimes I have to turn people away. And then other times it's like, you know, the entire world wants to make Umbra, for example, one of the like artifact swords that was just finished the other week. Everybody in the world wants to make Umbra. Oh my god, I want to make a steel sword. Holy shit. I want to do like gold brand, you know. Not everybody can do those things. And then, you know, sometimes you have to recognize that this is one of like the more important artifacts in the game, right? Everybody's going to be using this. So it can't look, you know, not good. It has to be done by one of the best artists we have, you know. So it's always a challenge to figure out that sort of stuff. And I'd like to think that I chose a pretty good person for Umbra because it looks gorgeous. All right, that looks good. Yeah, and that's Rovan has a good point too. Like that's not a problem for people that do it for a living, right? Like, you know, I can't just go to my job tomorrow and be like, I didn't really feel like doing this thing. You know, it's what needs to be done. So it just gets delegated that way. You know, I can't be like at my actual job, no, I don't feel like doing this. No. Whereas with Skywind, I could be like, yeah, I don't really feel like it right now. So it's fucking stupid, but you know, it's very much that mentality clashes with the mentality of let's actually get this done. It's always a struggle for me because I'm like coming at it with the team lead mentality. You know, I'm like, I know what needs to be done. I know that things have to be a certain way, you know, but not everybody who joins the team sees that. Because you know we'll get some people and it's like, I want to do clothing. I'm like, okay, hell yeah, we need people to do clothing. But then like after one clothing item, they're like, you have anything besides clothing to work on? And I'm like, you know, not really. I really hate to say it, but not really. But then, you know, at the same time, in the back of my head, I'm like, we do, but it's like two things. And like right now, I'd really want someone else to work on it. You know, not because I don't think you do a good job, but because I think we have a limited amount of people for clothing, you know, and you do a really good job with clothing. So, you know, there's a lot to it. And it makes all those comments where it's like, holy shit, you guys should be done by now. It makes those like sting even more because you recognize that the people that are saying it are just blatantly ignorant. Or maybe it makes it sting a little less. I don't know. At this point, I'm rambling. It doesn't really matter. um, I need to double check that the normals are facing the correct way on all these, and then should be good. Yeah, there should be fine. All right, so you guys get to see all the boring stuff now. Aren't you excited? As if it wasn't boring enough. Let's go and make it even more boring. Yeah. I'm not sure why clothing is so unattractive to some people. Unattractive is like a thing to work on, not as like a, you know. I like people wearing clothing, it's good. I'm not saying that. I think it's a very niche skill set. Um, and I'm also not sure if we're like advertising it correctly. Because we can post on socials all we want, like, we're looking for clothing artists, you know, clothing artists. We need people to make clothing. That's how we advertise it. And I wonder if it'd be better to be like, we need character artists, you know, not because we need people to work on characters, but because in the industry, um, character artist, the term character artist is like the term for people who work on stuff like clothing. So I wonder with like the next go around of basically asking people for help. How we word it, I think, is very important. This looks a little stretchy, so I'm gonna do that real fast. That's the other thing. Some people come on and it's like, you know, I'm here to do clothing, and they think it means armor, but it's not armor. We have like most of our armors done, so you know that is a misunderstanding that I've run into before as well, where it's like someone comes on, wants to do clothing, and it's, you know, clothing, and they didn't expect it to be clothing, and I'm like, what did you expect? And they say, oh, I wanted to do armor. I'm like, you know, well, you should have taken me more literally. I don't know what to tell you at that point. Cloth technician, yeah. I need a cloth technician stat. I'm looking for seamstresses, digital seamstresses. Categorically, it's kind of the same thing, yeah. But that's just it. A lot of people come in like not recognizing that, you know, I clearly need people to work on, you know, just a standard shirt, you know, as opposed to, you know, man clad in shining armor. You know, that's very different. Very different. In some regards, it takes a different skill set to do those, but then in other regards, yeah, they are basically the same sort of skill set. There's a lot of overlap with that. If Sky Oblivion finishes before us, and they want to come help with stuff, I'm sure that they would do that. I mean, it's up to the individual artists to want to do that. Like for me, if Skywind finishes before Sky Oblivion, which it probably won't, I guess, because they have a release date. I would have no interest in going to help them, not because I wish malice upon them, but because I just have no interest in Sky Oblivion, really. I did not enjoy Oblivion, so I just don't have interest in like doing it again, really. So it would depend on the person, I figure. It's again one of those things where, you know, this is a community driven project with zero fiscal value attached to it, so we can't be like, you know, this is what needs to be done. We can't order people around, you know, we can only delegate insofar as people want to be delegated. Like, I hate to do it to people, but I do oftentimes limit what I show my artists as available, like, tasks. And I think they're aware of that, so it's not me, like, breaking ground by saying that, but this song is not even a song, what the fuck? Like, a lot of the times I'll offer an artist 2 or 3 things to work on, you know, and I try to make it a pretty wide margin of things that they have available to work on. but I'm not going to offer them everything under the sun because then everybody would pick like the one thing that everybody wants to work on, you know? It's very easy to like dangle in front of everybody, oh, we need someone to do, for example, again, Umbra. You know, and then suddenly every 3D artist who is ever like gone inactive is like, oh, it's my time to shine. I'm gonna do Umbra. But no, like we only need one Umbra. We don't need 50 of them, right? So. And yeah, that's definitely to be expected. Like I empathize with those people a lot. Under no circumstances do I want to be working on Redoran right now. Like, I really dislike working on this set. I have disliked working on it for most of the time I've worked on it. But it's what needs to be done, and it depends on your mindset. Some people will say, okay, well then I'm not doing anything for you. And then, you know, that's fine, that's their prerogative. And then other people like me will be like, okay, it's time to fucking buckle down and do the thing that I don't want to do. There is a lot of nuance to it, and I don't think a lot of people see that. And it can be hurtful both to them and the people who are trying to delegate those things. And I think it's also something that's changed over the years, like, be it for better or worse, you know, the forum days were like a period of time where people would just like do random stuff, basically. And if it was good and people liked it, it got put in the build. As far as I'm aware, that's how things worked. It was very much more hands-off, and in some regards that's good, and then in a lot of regards, if you ask me, it's horrible. Because then you end up with, you know, for most of the forum days, not a whole lot happening, not a whole lot coming together to actually do anything. Yeah, there are certainly assets from those days. Like, since I've been on the project, like I've done 9 tile sets total, if I remember correctly. But then throughout the entirety of the forum days, like I could count on one hand how many tile sets were finished and actually put in the game because, you know, there was just so little organization with regards to it. And it's one of those tasks that I guess no one really wanted to do or do correctly, you know, in a way that was like actually productive and, you know, good enough to actually stay. The Balmora tile set, the Balmora buildings, as far as I'm aware, those were all like forum day things. They're still in the builds. Again, this is like as far as I'm aware, because I wasn't around for those days. I just kind of lurked. Yeah, like the common tile set was another one. A lot of people won't know what that means, but it's like the tile set that like Imperial common style, like the stuff you see in Pelagiad and Thedanine, stuff like that. Like those were done really, really early, really early, but they're still here. And it's not like those things are worse off for being made in the forum days. They're still fine. A lot of edits had to have been made to a lot of those things just because, you know, they needed updates or they needed to be done a little better. But it's not like we scrapped everything from the forum days. God, no. Some things, sure, yeah, like they just had to be redone or tossed away, more or less. But certainly not the majority of things. Level design from the forum days? Yeah, that I wouldn't be able to speak on. I have no clue. When you get to thinking about it, it's really, really crazy. Like the history of the project. Like I know probably only a small chunk of it, you know, or I'm conjecturing about a lot of it because I wasn't, you know, a part of the project for a long, long time. I only started in like the end of 2019, so it's like, you know, I've only got 6 years, 5 years just about. Rovin's been around for a long, long time, so he'd probably know more. Yeah, if you go back, hold on, I might be able to find it. Uh, where's the More Oblivion forums? Like, I'm getting a 403 error. I can't even get it. Oh shit, oops. Like, I can't even get here anymore. Like, it's so old. Because we weren't even hosted on our own forums. It was like a subsect of the More Oblivion forum. I'm like only half paying attention to what I'm doing here, by the way, which is taking me a little bit longer to do it, but I need to make sure I'm not like screwing things up. Yeah, Rovin's got the scoop on More Oblivion. Correct. I'm not sure if anyone has gone to like do a More Oblivion playthrough on YouTube. It'd be interesting to go look at it. More of a direct port. Oh, excuse me. God, I cannot imagine like just I'm just thinking about it, right? I disliked Oblivion. I did not like its floatiness or its art style or a lot of like the specifically Oblivion stuff, but I didn't like the engine at that point in time at all. I'm thinking about it. I'm like, how would I enjoy a Morrowind recreation in that engine? Like, I'm wondering. I'm not going to go try it. I don't have the time in the world to do it, or the interest, really, but I wonder. It's a fun thought experiment, I guess. Yeah, I heard people were a little disappointed with the remaster also. But I didn't hear a whole lot of disappointment, which I think is pretty good for the remaster because the people that are happy with it aren't going to say a damn thing, right? That's just how life works. Most of the people who are happy aren't going to speak up, and then the people who are super dissatisfied are going to speak a lot. But in that regard, I didn't hear a whole lot of bad things. Or if it was a bad thing, it wasn't super severe about the remaster. So I guess people must have really liked it. Relative to something like, I don't know, there are some remasters that are like, oh my god, I hate it. Like the GTA remasters, I know people dislike a lot. Yeah. I think odd experience is a good way to put it, Revan. I've mentioned it uh 2 times now on stream, 2 different streams I've mentioned it, but I watched the How to Train Your Dragon live action remake, and it was advertised as a remake, right? But in actuality, it's like in video game terms, it's a remaster because it was the same thing as the animated film, but it was shot for shot, like shot for shot, the exact same thing. Like verbatim, save for a couple additions that they added in, right? Which is kind of how remasters go in video games. It was so interesting to watch because I knew what was going to happen next. I was like, oh, how are they going to do that? But then, just like remasters, you know, it got tiring after a certain point. I'm like, oh, I'm not really as jazzed as I was in the beginning. Still a cool experience to sit through. Oh. Ouch. Oh. Yeah, remasters are very much in an odd spot. Ugh. Okay, what am I doing? What's the next thing I have to do? I need to chunk everything out. Chunk, chunk, chunk. So it should be 1 and 7 are the hut shells. And then everything else. Everything else I need to do this way. Oh. I'm a bit torn on remasters myself, personally. Oh, these ones can also be. I've had a lot of fun with some remasters slash remakes. I still don't know the difference sometimes. But I will say that I enjoy it when a game is remade and it doesn't change the underlying like formula or the feeling, but they kind of make it in the way that like you envisioned it, you know. If you were playing it as like a child, or you know, you have this like grand idea of how you know, I'll just use Oblivion as an example. The like battle against the giant Oblivion gate, right? It's supposed to be huge and epic and crazy, and you imagined it like that, right? It would have been so cool if they had remade it such that, you know, it actually felt like the experience that you thought it was, right? As opposed to just like doing the same exact thing where it is very underwhelming and, you know. Uh, so for a lot of remakes, I feel like they missed the mark. Remake, remaster, whatever you want to call it. I feel like they missed the mark in that regard. And then with others, I think they hit it pretty well. I was, and still to some extent, I was like big into Pokemon when I was a kid, right? And I grew up with like the Game Boy Advance games onward. So when Nintendo, Game Freak, whatever you want to call them, had done the remake slash remaster of Ruby and Sapphire, I thought that was like the coolest shit in the world. I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. Because they did really, really well with it. And then, you know, after that, fairly recently, they did like the Diamond and Pearl like remake remasters, and it was like so disappointing just because it was like the OG game just with like marginally better graphics, and that was it. They didn't try to do anything new with it. It was just like, whatever. And I didn't even pick that one up because of, you know, it looked the way it looked, and I was like, it doesn't look like it does anything new or better. It just looks to be the same thing with marginal upgrades, which I guess is kind of the definition of a remaster, right? Like if you think of it in music, it's like the exact same thing, but with marginal upgrades, right? Maybe you have an extra song in there, maybe some songs with features or remixes or whatever. But I don't know. I guess that's the definition of a remaster, so I can't really be disappointed. Hard to say. You guys have me talking a lot today. I don't really know why. Um, I was gonna come on fully expecting not to even use my microphone today, but here we are. Yeah, the pixel art had a lot of charm to it. I think that's what some developers are seeing. Like they're finally noticing, like, you know, instead of using the best graphics of all time, you know, you just need your charm to come through, you know, your the feel of the game has to be nice. So then, you know, you look at some games, I think RuneScape is another fun example. You look at like old school and it's popping off like all the time. It's like breaking records and shit for an MMO. And the game looks like doo-doo dog water potatoes. Like it doesn't look good, right? But it has a charm to it, you know. And then you look at its sequel game, like RuneScape 3, and there's like nobody playing that game. And it looks like leagues better, right? Just because of the graphics. It's very interesting. makes me wonder how in the future they might remaster games that came out in this era, you know, with modern like tech. Like years and years and years from now. Time moves so fast for me now. Holy shit, I'm almost 30 years old. Like it might be 5 years from now. I don't know. Like they'll remaster fucking I don't know. Like Cyberpunk or something. I don't know. I didn't play that game because I kind of just didn't care about it. But like they might remaster Cyberpunk, right? How's that gonna look? What's it gonna do? Like, is it gonna do anything new? Is it gonna look any different? Like, how's that one gonna work? Or will it just be like remasters are a thing of the past because we've hit a certain like quote unquote mastering fidelity, right? Like the original game doesn't need a remaster because it looks so good already, or it feels so good already. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Magnets, how do they work? Oh, I did this one already. I. Uh... Did I play Fallout 1? Or did I complete Fallout 1? No, I still have it on pause, I guess. I do want to go back to it. Like, I have intent to go back to it, but I don't know when I'm going to go back and finish it. I did watch the show. I thought the show was pretty good. I recognize both the criticisms and the, like, cheering of redoing the West Coast, right? Some people really like the new West Coast and some people don't. I'm of the mind that I think it's fine. Both can exist, but at the same time, it's like a little awkward because now there's like two potentially canonized West Coasts. You know, it's odd. I'm excited to see what they do with New Vegas in the show. But I am wary. New Vegas was a game that I played a lot more than like the original Fallout, right? I'm wary of, you know, how they might change things or make things basically not make sense in like the canon or the lore or whatever. I don't know. I'm excited to see what they do. Yeah, I heard that the new season's coming out soon. There are so many shows that I'm watching or like excited to watch soon that it's hard for me to keep track of all of them. Like I had no idea. I'm somewhat of an anime nerd, not like weeboo status, but like I'll keep up to date with the anime that I like, right? I had no idea that the new season of Rerun was coming out next year. I had no clue that the Spy Family season started recently, the new one. The big thing I was paying attention to was the Chainsaw Man movie. Still really want to go see that, but I don't know if I'll have time. I think I'm just gonna wait till it comes on streaming services or whatever. But yeah, it's hard to pay attention to everything in the world at this point. You know, you got a job, trying to make moves in real life. You know, you got work all the time. For me, I have Skywind responsibilities all the time. It's hard to keep up. Chainsaw Man movie was okay. And no spoilers, please. I still want to go see it. Or I want to watch it when it comes out on streaming service or something. .03 floor A. Oh my god, Rovan, you're gonna make me choke. Don't say that, bro. Don't remind me that I'm turning 30 this year. Jesus Christ, bro. I don't want to hear that, man. Time goes fast and I hate it. Before I know it, I'm gonna be in a casket. Ugh. Ugh. Maybe that'll be fun. You guys ever have existential crises? Yeah, some of you guys might say 30's young, but fuck, man, I'm like, I'm struggling. I'm struggling some days. Maybe this can be a question for everybody over my age, or maybe it can be a question just for everybody in general. When do you get to have your midlife crisis? Do you just get to like choose? You just get to wake up one day and say, this is the midpoint of my life. This is the halfway point. I am going to pass out and never wake up at 60 years old. Like, could I have my midlife crisis right now? Is that okay? Does a midlife crisis have to be like 50, you know, expecting to go to age 100 or whatever? That's more of a joke question, but specular strength at 0.5. Haven't had time to have one of those. Yeah, see, that's where my thoughts are. I'm sitting here like I would love to have a midlife crisis right now because fuck, things aren't going so great, but I'm not sure if I'm afforded one right now. Yeah, that too, Robin. Holy shit. Just living feels like a crisis. Oh, this man's spitting bars. Holy. Oh my god. What am I doing? I need to do this. Okay, the trim. Oh, okay. Don't need that anymore. If you guys aren't aware of what I'm doing, for some reason, at least this step, what I'm doing, for some reason, my NIF scope has stopped truncating my file names at textures. And instead, it's grabbing the entire address. And this won't work on anyone else's computer besides mine because I don't think people have an X drive. Like, I have a drive named X, right? Not everybody's path is going to be the same. So I'm going through and batch processing all of them to fix it. And I hate it. It's such a stupid process. Oh my god. I don't know why Nifscope did this to me. Like, I haven't updated Nifscope ever. Like, never ever have I updated Nifscope, and it started doing this to me very recently. I'm not entirely sure why. Not entirely sure why. It's just another thing to piss me off as I work on Skywind, I guess. Like, you'll see here on these gears, it's supposed to be truncated at texture. That's where it's supposed to start. Like, truncated from the left, I guess. But this one, for example, oops. This one, for example, is not. It's, like, not truncating. Ugh. I don't know. I don't know what got worked. Maybe something. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not even gonna hazard a guess. So these are not part of the pieces that I'm working with, so I don't have to do those. I think I missed one of the floors. So let me double check. Come on. Open up, little guy. Yeah, I missed this one. God damn it. This one here. Ugh. Alright, this should all be good now. I should be able to copy these over to here. And then copy them to my merge folder so that everyone else has access to them when we merge at the end of the week. Now I get to have fun loading Creation Kit for an eternity because Creation Kit just doesn't like to load for me. While Creation Kit is loading, I will set up the next Redoran architecture for Josh to work on, I think. I'm gonna yoink. Let me look. I think we use PE now for Creation Kit. I think that's what we use now. I should say it up here. Well, maybe somewhere. So this is the Mages Guild. I'm only looking at this portion up here. This is the Mages Guild. This is a tavern. This one I'm gonna give to Josh last, I think, because it's the most complicated one, and I'm not exactly sure how I would do it. So I don't want to just like let him get stuck. Yeah, this one, the tavern one. This one is super complicated because there's like stairways, there's like a basement shit that's connected. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Mages Guild. Oh, no, this one is, what is this one? What? Maybe I'm lost. This is the barracks. This is the manor. So the barracks is this one. This is what? The council club, which I think uses the same thing. The Fighters Guild has the little like croissant shape. I'm just trying to think. This one is definitely easy. I'll probably give him this one. I just don't know which other to give him. Like, I want to give him some choices, so he's not like forced into something. This one might be pretty easy, but then I don't just have to look at this. I have to look at like our actual shapes, right? So this shape is what he has to fit an interior into. I think I'm gonna give him this one. I'm gonna give him one of these two, maybe this one. This one's complex. This one's super complex. And it might need to even get remade in some aspects. We'll see, we'll see. Yeah, Tribunal has its own stuff. So does Blood Moon. They both have their stuff to work on. I had actually gone, ooh, this is actually interesting. Check this out. So I have an Excel sheet for all of the assets that we have to complete, right, for the game to be releasable. I will not be showing you the one for base game, because I think that would be very stupid of me to do. However, I can show you the one for Blood Moon and Tribunal. Just to give you an idea. This is Blood Moon. So Blood Moon has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-ish tile sets. And it's definitely stuff we can reuse from Skyrim. So like the Nord tombs, we can definitely reuse those. There's no reason to remake those. Caves, we certainly don't need to make anything crazy for those, because Skyrim has caves, right? But stuff like the Skull buildings, there's only so many pieces in Skyrim, so those have to be made a lot more, like a lot more has to be made there. And the exterior, I just haven't checked. I gotta look at that. So all these no's are like, who knows? But then there's Raven Rock, there's Raven Rock interior, so there's that. Because those are different from the other tile sets we have. For Tribunal, there's like the Mournhold buildings, and then there's Old Mournhold, which is like the you've got the funky these funky things, like ancient underneath the city of Almalexia type stuff. And then there's the Clockwork City that has to be made, so there's only a handful for Tribunal also. So depending on what we can reuse from Skyrim, Blood Moon might be more work, tile set wise, but the ones that I'm thinking of are super simple. Like the colonial buildings are really just like the common set, just with a different vibe. I don't know, Mr. Prick. I have no idea. It's kind of hard to say. The dungeons are very different, because level design is given a lot of freedom with them. Okay, so one thing I have to do I was very silly yesterday, and I did not credit Josh in the file names for the huts. So I fixed that today, and I need to go in and I need to edit all of the linkages. That's why you see these things here. Like right now it's looking for a file that doesn't exist because I wasn't crediting Josh in the file. So if I relink it, it should work again. What am I doing? This. Yeah, there are a lot of thoughts I have on that, Roven. But I haven't dug super far deep into like what we actually need. Just because I haven't, like I have no time for it. Like I went as far as like gathering the intel on what Morrowind had, but relative to what Skyrim has at base, there's a lot that I just haven't looked at. You'd be surprised with the Dragonborn DLC though, they were very limiting with like their houses, the skull houses and stuff like that. They were super limiting on what there actually is. They reused a lot of stuff from Whiterun specifically, I think. If I'm remembering correctly, they reused a lot of like Whiterun stuff, including textures and, you know, even some shapes and things like that. So there was really not a tile set that was done for the skull in Dragonborn. And I don't know if we need one for Blood Moon, so it's a disconnect of like I don't know what we have and I don't know what we need exactly. So it might get to a point where it's like level design doesn't have anything to do, so they start what's the fucking word? Experimenting. And then they can come back with like, oh, we definitely don't have this, so we need this. I don't know. It's not something I really have time to think about much, unfortunately. Buh. Yeah, still a lot of question marks there. Yeah. What's your name? Kiddo. The goal is, you know, get Skywind out and then work on DLCs. But if you listened to Dal and Argyle speak with Magica Addict recently, you'll recognize that it's more nuanced than that. It's very much a situation of we have people to do the things that is necessary to start DLC work, right? So for, you know, people who don't have anything to do otherwise, like 2D team right now, they are starting like some Blood Moon stuff, yeah. Did I link this one correctly? No, I didn't. But two. I just need to double check. I'm like talking at the same time as paying attention. See, so this one's wrong. Cut 2. Cut 2. Cut 1. These should be fine because they were at the top of the list. Oh. On the topic of like on the topic of nuanced things, I find it funny all the time. Like our audience ranges in age and maturity so much, like so much, to the point where, at least for me, like this is how I see it. This might not be the thought of the whole team, right? So just take it with a grain of salt. This is how I see things. Our audience ranges in age so much that we have to assume that like everybody's going to take something as immaturely and as like childishly as possible, right? So I never want to say something like, oh, XYZ is done, you know, but to stave off like children, basically, you have to say this is done. You have to say very concrete things because you can't be nuanced with someone who like doesn't think that way. Yeah, the dev team varies as well, a lot. I'm trying to say it in the best way I can, and I'm not sure I'm saying it in the best way. What am I trying to say? It could be, you know, that our audience is super young and they're not actually going to listen to the nuance of Dal saying, you know, we're working on the DLC, yes, but in a limited capacity because XYZ. You know, you'll have someone who's super young or doesn't want to pay attention or isn't mature enough to actually like let the person finish their thought. They'll stop thinking and intaking that information at the point where Dal says we're working on the DLC, and then they'll like perpetuate that like ad nauseum across like the entire internet, right? Where it just multiplies and multiplies and multiplies, and then people are like, "Oh my god, are you working on the DLC? Holy shit! Base game must be done, right? Oh my god, you guys are crazy!" Like blah blah blah. And then you know you have to go back and be like, "Hold on, where are you getting all this from? What do you mean? What are you saying?" Whoa. I also very well could be coming from like a very high horse place, you know? I don't mean to be coming off that way. But that's very much sometimes how I see things, is like, you're going to have those people that are going to take things way out of context, you know? So you have to always be careful about what you say, or recognize that your audience is like not as intelligent as you'd like it to be sometimes. Yeah, like sometimes I have to be super vague about what I say on stream, but you know, I recognize that there are some smart people here, right? So, you know, I'm comfortable with saying a lot of things. I think transparency is very, very good, but it can often bite you in the ass. Oh no. Oh no. It happened again. It happened again. It's all good. It's all good. I don't plan on leaving just yet. We're chilling. We're chilling. Thanks for sending your folks here, Liz. Very much appreciate you. Welcome in. I appreciate all of the raiders, even if they are going to recognize 2 seconds from now that I'm not Liz and they turn off their Twitch. I appreciate even you. It's very funny. I seldom remember to raid someone after I finish streaming, but when I do remember to, I pay attention to the numbers of, you know, who actually sticks around on that person's stream afterwards. And it's usually a sizable chunk just does not. Like, they immediately leave. I'm like, oh man. I really tried to like boost someone else, but it only goes so far. For those of you just joining, hi. I am one of many developers on the Skywind team. Currently trying to implement these 3D modeled huts into the game. This is a software called Blender. This is where I make the models, or I import a model that someone else has made. These huts were made by someone named Josh. He's a really cool guy. And then I use a bunch of computery magic, a whole bunch of programs, oh my god, to then put the huts in the game. So here are 2 of them. And these, I'm just testing them, right? So these are gonna look pretty bad, but pretty empty, I guess. And I gotta put 2 more in, but then after I put these 2 in, I'm gonna go in the game and we're gonna walk around and we're gonna look at how they are. You guys can admire this crib for the time being. So, there's a lot of housekeeping I gotta do, so it's gonna be a little boring for a little bit. I'm really sorry. But, whether you asked for it or not, if you're still here, you're technically asking for it, so. I got to do a whole bunch of housekeeping, and then we'll get to the fun stuff. This is hut 3. That's hut 4. All good, Liz. Thanks for sending your people here again. It's very much appreciated. You're super cool. I'm gonna be a really bad host again. I don't know how to do the shout out thing, but if someone does, that'd be sick. And if no one does, or if no one feels like it, I guess that's fine. Okay, so we've got hut 3, the floor. There's a bunch of different floor variants. Hut 3B. Hut 3C and D. and E. All right, check this out. You ready? After all that housekeeping, let's use this one. After all that housekeeping, bam. And then hut 3 outer shell. Whoop. And bam. Just like Lego blocks. It's like a glove. These might not look different, but they are very different. There are, to a layman, like marginal differences between each one, but they are all very different from one another. Thank you for the shout out thing. / shout out. Oh, that's how that works. Okay. I thought it was like a button somewhere that you had to press. My stream setup is kind of ultra janky, so I don't really know how to do things half the time. There's so many buttons I just don't use. This is just test lighting. I'm not doing anything super special here, just so I can, you know, see in the dark when I walk in the game. Okay, so that's hut 4. Gotta make the floors real fast. B. What was Liz playing or doing on stream? I think last time it was like some Valheim or something like that. Building games. Or 4A. And B. Sunday is Minecraft and Valheim. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I wish I could keep a schedule. I really do. Let's use this one. I can't for the life of me, like, actually keep to a strict schedule on streaming Skywind stuff. There are some days where I just don't feel like it. I figure it's different for someone who does it for a living, but like I've got a full-time job on top of this, so some days I'm like, I don't really feel like it. To go back to the SpongeBob meme. I don't really feel like it. Okay, that's the next one. Again, just some test room lighting. Nothing super special. Oh, no. Creation Kit is like Minecraft with no creepers. We could throw in... What explodes in Morrowind? Does anything explode in Morrowind? I guess nothing really explodes, huh? The fire atronach, eventually, I guess, will explode. Oh, the Dwemer spiders. They explode, don't they? Do they still act like the Skyrim spiders? And throw one of those in there. See if it actually blows up. Oh no, why is he in pieces? That's not good. I wonder if that's okay, or if Cole knows about that. Is he in pieces here? Oh, when he animates, he's not in pieces. Probably fine. Whoa! Where's his death animation? He's gotta have a death animation, right? Whoa, look at him go! Crab walking. I'm not seeing a death animation. Whoa, that's sick. Maybe it's not in here. Whoa! That's cool. Okay, let's go in the game and check it out, shall we? Oh. Yeah, I guess if they ragdoll, they wouldn't do anything. What's up, Gamma? What's up, Gains? I haven't said hi to you guys. True, fireball spells do explode. This fella's got the facts. Alright, Lego. This is the first hut. We tested it yesterday. So everyone has seen this who was here yesterday. It's got the little scribby guy in there. Looks pretty good. The windows will eventually... I'll have to do something with the shader properties on those to make them look like glass, but... which one is this one? This one is... the hut 2? Yeah, this is hut 2. More windows that need to look like glass eventually. Looks pretty good. I'm liking it. I need to floor the door there, but otherwise... This one should be hut 3. The Dwemer spider is trying to attack me already. That's awkward looking. Might try to fix the UVs here. That was like an immediate, oh no, that's broken kind of thing, so that's good to note. Oh, hey, buddy. These are a little awkward. Stop it. I had told Josh about, like, these pillars looking a little awkward, but... Oh my god, stop. I might try to finagle them a little bit. I broke the UVs here too, and I didn't fix them. That's not good. Okay, hut 3. I need to work on a little more. I'm gonna focus on that one next. Yeah, because you can see how the UV breaks right here. And again, the way that these pillars look are a little funky. I might just leave them as is and see what happens. I might just see if level design says they're okay, and if they're okay, then they're okay. That is also not good right here. That little triangle. But yeah, this is hut 3. Looks pretty good. On to hut 4. I think this is the 4th one. Yeah. This is hut 4. I like it. Looks pretty good. I'm not sure I like the squares here. Every other use of this pattern has it such that it's like diamonds. Let me go to the other. Like this one, they're diamonds, right? Less so squares. I mean, if you look at it from a certain way, yeah, they're squares. But like the main way they are shaped is like a diamond, right? So I'm not sure how I like these squares. Especially in the way that it's UV'd. It might be fine otherwise, but having like big ol' square and then big ol' square, I'm not sure how I like that. Might play around with the UVs on that some. Tomato-like squares, okay. That's one person against changing the squares, I suppose. I was also concerned about there being too much blue in this one. I think it looks okay. I think in context it looks fine. Thoughts, prayers? Mueller? Anyway. Here are the 4 huts. They look pretty good so far. I gotta play with hut 3, fix it up a little bit. Otherwise, these are good to go. Good to ship, so to speak. If you guys look at Stendar, he looks a little bit like Bobby from King of the Hill. A little bit. Anyway, just thought I'd leave you with that nightmare fuel. Let me fix this. Okay, there's that fix. That boy ain't right. That boy ain't right. Alright, yeah, so these squares, like, I would fit them like this. Just because I think the squares are, I don't know, I'm not sure. It looks too, like, Squid Game, you know what I mean? Like, Squid Game has the fucking shapes, you know, in a line. I don't know. I kind of like it more if I do that. Matter of finding out where then it looks best. I have one person saying new one looks better. One person is saying that. I kind of think it looks better too. Diamonds, I agree. Yeah, the diamond shape looks better. Nice. Sick. Alright, then I'm gonna leave it like that then. And then this one had one rogue triangle that somehow got missed. And those. Okay. What is Tuesday? Huh? Oh, you're replying to someone else. I see. I'm not sure what Tuesday is either, man. I also saw on this one back here. This was a bit of feedback I gave to Josh on the first one. I don't like these being totally sharp, so I'm gonna, you know, like that. And remove the sharp from them. I think that's what I had recommended. For whatever reason, the Redoran folk don't really like sharp things in a lot of their designs. So I had him remove some sharp shapes from the first one, and then he made the fourth one, I think, based on like an earlier version of that one over here. Don't forget the UV fix above the entrance. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I think that was on this one. And I think it's because when these triangulate, they look weird. Or where was that? The triangulation there looks fine. So was it on this one? Not on that one. Oh, it was this one. I can already see it. Or was it this one? Which one was it? I don't remember. Left side towards the top center. Yeah, but I don't know which hut it was. It was only one of the huts. Because these are okay. Was it hut 3? I thought it was hut 3, but I didn't see it. It might be that Nifscope auto-triangulated it in a weird way, where Blender is not triangulating it in the same way. Let me dissolve that. That looks better here. Okay, so things that I'm exporting back out is the trim on this one, the trim, and the orange and the blue on this one. And this one, it was just the trim. Oh, and the orange, because we changed the squares. Right. I'm not a cat. Don't call me a Khajiit. I resent your comment. Yeah, it was this one. It was Hut 2. Hut 2 had that weirdness. Ah, but now it's fixed. Ah. We did it. It wasn't 3. Whoever was saying 3 lied to me. How dare you? How rude. Okay, this is the blue. Oh. You don't have to help if you don't want to. I've largely, especially recently, taken the stance of if you don't have any skill and you don't want to do the skills that take no skill, then it's fine just to watch, you know, just to enjoy the process, signal boost us if we're announcing stuff. But there are very low, you know, low skill lore tasks that you could do if you had interest in them. And you can figure out what those things are by going to our Discord server and looking them up. Or we might even have like a command on here. Actually, I think we do. I don't remember what all our commands are, but Gans and Tomato are, I guess, tossing them out there. So I don't know. Some of the low floor skill tasks. Low skill floor? How does that work? Low skill floor tasks. Oh. Some of them are nav mesh is one. That's like I did it 2 minutes ago, like that red triangle that I drew in the creation kit. That was me basically saying that the Dwemer spider could go in that little triangle. That's nav mesh. File cutting is another one. It's like voice QA, basically. That's putting it in a non-detailed description. All right, let's go back, make sure those things were fixed properly, and then we'll get on to the next thing. I'm not sure what I'll do. Lacuna's internet is whack. Because Lacuna lives in the forest. He speaks with the trees. Oh, okay. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, this is, what is this one? This is 01, so didn't change anything there. This is 02. I'd change this so that it doesn't look ugly. It looks wonderful now. Wonderful accordion entrance thing. This is 03, should be 03. What did I do? Spider. What did I do here? Oh my god. Oh, this one had the funky triangle here fixed. This one had the seam here fixed. That's it. This one has the funky pillars. I don't know what to do with them. They like bend in an unnatural way, but I'm gonna leave them until level design says that they're weird. If they think it's weird, then I'll go and change them. And it wouldn't be a lot of effort to change, I don't think. This one, the diamonds as opposed to the squares. And then I smoothed that out a little bit. What else did I do on this one? Oh, nothing else, I don't think. Meow. Nice. Cool. Let's try to escape this maze. Hoi! Meow. All right. What's the next thing I gotta do? I think level design is kind of set to do the huts. It's just the special buildings, and I'm waiting on Josh for those. There are some things I could do here. I still need to make balconies, but I haven't started those yet. I want to tackle how best to do these steps first. But I think I'm going to save that for another time. One thing I could do is set up the next thing for Josh, so... Yep. Oh my god. Let me go ahead and do that. I need... What do I need? Need a new blender open. Come on, come on. Actually, I need this. Okay, so this is what I sent Josh before. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need this. I do need to go grab concept art if we have any. Not sure if we have any for certain parts. Yeah, let me grab this one. I'm in a different monitor right now doing stuff. I we'll return to the other monitor in a second. Let's grab this one. Let's grab... let's grab this one just to say we did. It should be played at high volume, preferably in a residential area. I remember that I don't really like this song. I'm gonna change it. Okay, so I have to save this as okay, save this at a new folder. Let's do barracks council club, and then we'll do watchtower, and then the other one was manor / fighters guild. And then there's also Mages Guild, so let me do that. And there's also the Tavern, but those two I'm gonna save for him later because they are way more complex. Okay, Redoran. Refs. Redoran. Oh! Barracks. Council club. Okay, so I have this reference from the tile set proper, that he has all of the necessary things to basically make the other one. Then import, what am I importing? I'm not importing, I'm copying. I'm copying this. Over here. We've got this one. We've got this one. Little horseshoe crab shells. Let me fit the door in properly. That basically fits. And then this one. Copy the door. Hold the door. Hold the door. Open the door. Anybody remember that meme? All right, there we go. So this is what I'm gonna give Josh, right? This is the exterior of the council club, I think. Yeah, I have it listed up here. And then this is the exterior of the barracks. He's gonna go and make the interiors of them. And he's done very well with the huts so far, so I have no reason to doubt that he would do anything below stellar work. I'm going to go grab the concept art image, the reference. I think it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. Okay. Needs to be rotated like that. There's the concept art. Even though it's flipped. Uh-oh. Oh. See you, Lacuna. Have a good one. Don't forget to feed your brethren in the forest. Oh my god, I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta pee so bad. But I'm gonna keep on going. I also want to grab, because I think it's very useful to look at, the original pieces from the OG game. So I have at my disposal, ta-da, Morrowind. Where is the barracks? Barracks. Well, this one doesn't make too much sense now, does it? Barracks. Okay, this makes sense actually, it's fine. So I'm gonna save this into my downloads folder. I'm gonna save this into my downloads folder as well. Let me go look at the OG game because I don't know how this is supposed to be lined up. I gotta go find some barracks. Some Redoran barracks. I think they're in Nisus. Whoop. Where are we? Where's Nisus? Over here. I think this is one of the barracks. Yes. So how is this? This is the entryway. And this is... okay. Oh. Okay, great. Figured that out. So this is the entryway right here. Is that the OpenMW that I suggested earlier? Yeah, this that I just ran, that was OpenMW. Super easy, super smooth. Very good. Very good. I don't know if I have the ability to give it a frame counter, but I think it runs at like 1,000,000 frames a second. It's ridiculous. Once my... yeah, I'm running it at like 200 frames, if you can see up in the top right. Or maybe like 100 frames. Go out. And I'm running with some graphical enhancements. Like, I pushed the fog back by like 10, 15 cells or something. Oh, now I need to get rid of that. Okay, so let's grab the barracks. And get rid of this one. Transform the NIF into the FBX. And come in here and import FBX. This is the exterior of the barracks. Get rid of all of the texturing properties. Oops. That's the collision. This is the NIF proper. So just giving him this as reference, not necessarily like this is how it has to be. Because the exterior is already made. So he doesn't have to make this part. This is just the original for reference. Then, are there limits to what mods you can implement? Into what? Yeah. Gans is asking the right question. What's... Oh, that's from iRobot, right? That is the right question. That is the correct question. Or whatever the doctor says in that movie. And then I wanted to import the interior as well. Get all those out of here. This is the collision. Get that out of here. Get that out of here. And this is the entrance on this side, so that he has it oriented correctly. Just join all these together. So these are the barracks. Now I need the council club. So the council club doesn't have anything here. Great. Ugh. This is the Mages Guild. This is the... It's a door. Fighters Guild. Or no, this is the Manor. I think they might just reuse the barracks for the... whatever it's called. Council Club. But we have the technology, we can go look. So we can go COC Aldrune. We can TCL ourselves to get out of Scar's back. Council Club is right over here. Yeah, this is just the same NIF. It uses barracks. So then the inside also uses barracks. Okay. So they should be pretty similar. Wow, the council club is like nothing. What? Who hangs out here? Is this dude? Who are you? You're no one. You're no one. This is just for a bunch of quests, I guess. Okay, so... Okay. So these actually shared a building in the original, but we've made 2 buildings. So Josh will have to make this one and this one separate. So I'll just leave nothing here and be like, question mark, smiley face to him. And then that's all I've got, I suppose. For this one. So we'll save this one. We will then save it as a new one. The watchtower. We can get rid of all that sheet. All that sheet. And add... I don't have a reference picture for the watchtower, I don't think. I've got the Fighters Guild in the mansion. I've got the Mages Guild. I've got the tavern. I don't actually have a reference for the watchtower, which stinks, but that's fine. Don't really need one. Gotta fit the door correctly again. Oh, yep. Oh, yep. This is the watchtower. Everybody say hi to the watchtower. Hi, watchtower. I'm gonna go grab the Nif for it. Redoran Tower, this one. Hi, watchtower. Save this in my downloads folder. Save this in my downloads folder. These are pretty self-explanatory. I don't have to go into the Morrowind to figure out what's what. So we'll import. Oh. Duh, I skipped a step. Get rid of these, throw these in here. Nif to FBX those, Nif to FBX these. Then we can importo this one. This one again has like no use for him. For Josh, but we're gonna throw it in here anyway. Just to say, you know, hey, this is what it used to look like. So when you make the interior, you know, this is kind of how the original one fit together. Where's the collision? Does this one not have any collision? What? This is collision. Why didn't it have any down here? That's really weird. That's so odd. What? You can see you can see in our rendition of the watchtower. You can imagine Aldrune, right? Like you would have the guards walk in to work for the day and then watch the inside of the city as opposed to the outside of the city. So we flipped the watchtowers in Skywind to make it make more sense. I love that. It's so funny. You walk in, you go to work for the day, you watch over your citizens as opposed to the threats that are outside the city. Like, brother, what? Are we the police? Are we the baddies? Okay, give me the collision, please. Give me the collision, collision. So odd. Like, this is the collision, but it's not grabbing all of it from the file for some reason. Weird. Anyway, here's the OG tower. Here's that. Here's the reference piece for him. Yeah, maybe the walls are keeping the citizens in. We will save this. Oh, the song is a bop, dude. I learned how to play this very beginning part on guitar. It's very difficult. At least for me, it's very difficult because it's like up at the base of the neck, so the strings are like super tight. The next one is, oh my god, what's the next one? The next one is Manor / Fighters Guild. Get rid of all that shit. I didn't mean it. I need the door. Hold the door. Yeah, the croissant, everyone's favorite. If anyone remembers any Redoran building, it's always this one. The one that looks like they baked a good croissant. Croissant. Gans is pretending to be Carl Wheezer. Oh, hold on. I gotta delete a bunch of shit from this one. Delete. Save. Open. Banner. Is Hörnchen? What is that? Is that like German for croissant? Or bus? Bus? Traffic? What do I do? I add reference. Downloads. Traffic. Scale that sucker up. This one actually has a top down, so I can scale it to the building. Nice. Get rid of that. Don't need it anymore. Save this. Go into Nifscope, go find things. Behold, beard. Where is the... where? This one, this is the OG. Okay, so save this in the download folder. Where is the interior though? My guess is they used the barracks one again, but I'm not sure. Bethesda has a way of reusing things. Sometimes elegantly, sometimes not elegantly. Manor should be over here. Yep, there it is. So it's using the building 2, which I think is what I got. Yep, building 2. And it's using R building 01. Oh, that's right. This one did have its own unique one. I had it in the pictures. R underscore building 01. Okay. And then I want to see how the Fighters Guild did it. Because this is using the same building, right? Yeah. It's using the same insides as well. Okay. And then all the downstairs is different, of course. Makes sense. Oh. A is for Atronach. B is for Bungler's Bane. C is for Colmberry. And that's where barbarians stop learning their ABCs, I guess. Like this guy. That's funny, we ran into him. Anyway. It's our building. This one. This is the Fighters Guild. So we saved that in the download folder. And then we throw it over here. And we NIF to FBX. Both of them. We importo this one. This one actually has a full collision mesh, which is interesting. For some reason the watchtower did not. Don't know why. Then get rid of these. Oh, get rid of these. And we import the insides. This is the collision. Join that together. Okay, so this is the innards of it. Oh, okay. Now what? Get rid of all that baloney. Tavern and Mages Guild. I can have those ready. Might as well just go through the process since I'm sitting here. So we'll do Mages Guild. Delete, 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 delete. We'll add. That. Go to this one. Yeah, this is the Mages Guild. Wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Grab this guy. Do, 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 do. Here, door fits. If the shoe fits. And then let's go find the Mages Guild. Morrowind. Redoran. Guild. It's building 01. Building 01. This is the Mages Guild in the OG game. Look at how black this is. Oh my god. They went crazy with vertex colors. Holy. That is so intense. Sheesh. Okay. That's a lot. God damn. Yeah. Ooh-wee. What's the last one I gotta get? I gotta get the tavern, right? So let me just find that now. Tavern. Whoa, that's fancy. What? What is this? Ooh. Tavern had fancy textures. Anyway, yeah, let's save that. And the tavern had an interior. This one, ugh, is gonna be very difficult to work with. To recreate. It's gonna be tough. Mages Guilds, right? What do the Mages Guild use? Because it doesn't have its own special building. Hiya. Oh. Oops. Oh god. I would have lived with my consequences had my game functioned properly. For some reason, I can't see my mouse. Like, I don't know if you guys can see my mouse on screen, but I can't see my mouse when I'm playing Morrowind on, like, stream for some reason. Okay, Mages Guild. Guild Mage 01. So it does have its own unique building. Oh! What? You guys remember when NVIDIA did their RTX remix of Morrowind? They took this screenshot right here. It was this screenshot, I'm pretty sure. And they updated the Redoran textures, and they updated the books and the bowls and shit with AI. Like, oh my god, fucking stupid. It was... What was it? It was like Guild Mage or something. It was this one. Yeah. Oh, save that one. But you don't get it. AI is the future. I mean, you are so right, but I don't have to like it. I don't have to like it. What am I looking for? This one. AI is the future. Oh. What am I doing? Import this one. Guys, you don't get it. AI makes everything easy and gooder. Ugh. It's so good. And it democratizes art, guys. Or, you know, you could put in effort because it's already fucking democratized if you want to use that word. Just fucking learn how to do it yourself. Okay, tavern is the last one. I saved it in the wrong spot. God damn it. I fucking saved it in the wrong spot. Redoran. That. Right. Yeah, the God damn it. My god. Ah. Every time someone talks to an AI something, like be it the old ones like Alexa or Siri, or like some people are like, ChatGPT, do this. I can't help but imagine like Tony Stark talking to fucking Jarvis. So I imagine that cadence. ChatGPT, do this for me. Huh. Fucking like Marvel anime speak. ChatGPT, make me a milkshake. ChatGPT, make me a milkshake. Fucking stupid. God damn it. Go to the right spot. Fucking door. I have to remake chunks of this tavern, I think, because I think it was very ill-conceived, this balcony. Like, yeah, it's pretty. You might fit up here, but like, why would you have this, first off, in like the Ashlands? And second off, you can barely fit 2 people up here, let alone like a couple. Like NPCs, right? So I might go through the sad process of just axing this section. But I don't know yet. I'm also not the original artist of the tavern meshes, right? Of any of the Redoran meshes besides the tile set, so I'd probably be making some people upset, but if it needs to, like, work, it needs to work. So I don't know. I don't know. Not something I'm gonna cross just yet. But I will have to cross it eventually, because Skywind has to be made eventually, right? Okay, get rid of that. Import the last thing. What even is that? That's collision. What is this? That's actually the thing? That's the interior. This looks so bad. What the hell, Morrowind? What are you doing? Bethesda, oh my god. Yeah, that's what everybody says. Everyone's like, AI should be used as a tool. But when does that stop? That's the $1 million question. Where's the line drawn, you know? Because Blender uses a lot of computer, you know, things, but it's not classified as AI because it doesn't, like, think on its own, you know? There's a lot of layers, a lot of nuance that makes the conversation very awkward. Very much a where's the line drawn thing, please help. I think that's it. You can see that in the original game, like, how the fuck does this fit in that? We're gonna have the exact same issue with ours, except we also added a balcony to it. So, this one's gonna be really, really tough to figure out. I don't know how to tackle it just yet. So I think I'm gonna leave this one for Josh. Leave it last for Josh. But yeah, look, like, how the hell is this supposed to fit in this? How? Like you just it doesn't, like, you TARDIS it so much, right? And that's because they, I guess, didn't want to make the buildings that big, or they recognized it too late and then had to make the interior too big. I don't know, but like, we can't even fit this into our building. So how the hell are we gonna do it? We might have to, like, rethink the entire inside of this building. And Dal did good concept work here. She did great concept work here, but I also don't think this works entirely. Like, I think this is what she's, like, this is how you're supposed to go up to the balcony, but, like, I'm very confused by it all. So this one is definitely a save it for last type angle. When I've had a little more time to think about it, as well as everyone I need to confer with has had some time to think about it. I am done, I think. Let me get these back because I need to put them in the right folder. What's this one? Council Club. This is Barracks Council Club. This one is Fighters Guild in the Manor. This one's the Mages Guild, I think. This one's the Tavern. Sicko Mode. Alright. Josh has some options, so we'll give him his options. We'll see which one he tackles next. I have certain, oh no, man, that's so sad. That is so sad. Whatever. I have certain ones that I think he would be best to tackle next, but we'll see. We'll see what he chooses to do. I'll let him remap that. I don't care. It's gonna be wrong no matter what. I have to export these as FBXs just in case he wants it in a different format. Export everything as an FBX. Whoa, where am I going? This is the Mage's Guild. And then Manor, Fighters Guild, blah blah blah. Export this as FBX into this folder. Yep. And the tavern as well. And the watchtower. This is probably what I'd have him tackle next because it's easy. Like stupid easy, this one. Biggest problem is how much space we actually have in here. We just have to fit a staircase and that's it. So I'm hoping it's not terrible. Anyway, that's it for me today. I will find a good song to play you out. And then I don't know. I might go get food. I might pass out. I'm not sure. It's weird. We had the time change today, so it's crazy, man. How am I supposed to live now? Anyway, bye. See ya. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the raid from Liz. I'll try to raid someone else. Pass people along. You guys want to watch Morrowind? Or do you want to watch Skyrim? Or what do you want to watch? We've got a guy, 3 guys from Russia playing Morrowind. We've got 4 guys from Russia playing Morrowind. Okay, so that's probably not a good option. Only because they probably won't be able to understand you and you them. How about you guys like, I don't know. This person has a cat face, so I'll send you that way. Okay, have fun. Goodbye.